Hello, welcome to Train Sim World 6. Today, if I can get my mouse in the right place, we're doing my newest route, West Coast Main Line, Crewe to Preston. And I know it shows I've completed the scenario. It's the one I'm going to redo because I filmed it, and despite my microphone being plugged in, it didn't pick up my audio. So, I know it takes more than an hour and 55 minutes. We shall drive 2 Class 20s on the Merry Go Round service. Load a rake of MGR HAA wagons and deliver them to Fiddlers Ferry Power Station to keep the country energised. It's a fun scenario because you get to drive a service that doesn't happen anymore. The pit to power station merry-go-round trains, which were effectively never ending. They kept going day in, day out, whatever the weather. Merry Go Round. I'll try and read all the dialogue as it comes up as well. Today, we're on MGR duties. Speak to the depot foreman to learn the specifics for the day. There's the foreman. Just have a quick spin around to have a look. It's a nice little depot, this. Where actually are we? We are at Wigan Springs, which means, if I get the thing moving, just up here, that's Wigan Northwestern and Wigan Walgate. And there's a train going to go past, so we'll watch that go past. And then we'll go and talk to the foreman. Okay, can't see it, so... Hello, Mr. Foreman. These 2 20s are ready for a run from Parkside. Start them up and make your way to the waiting wagons. I'll get straight on it. Oh, there's the freight. The train, it's a freight. Right, one thing I'm doing first, because I don't need the discs on the ends. And I want this to be a pick up goods. It's not an express, so it doesn't need... We don't need the discs on the ends. I'm glad we can actually close the discs. And open. That one, I'm having it this way deliberately. Now, we shall start our engine. So, battery on. Battery door closed. Jump in the cab. Put the key in, which I will do with a hotkey because it's a lot quicker. That to engine only. Start that. And then back to off. Take the master key out. Pressing buttons makes it a lot easier. Turn this to tail lights. Come on, get in the middle. Now repeat for the second loco before coupling them together. Okie dokie. Close the door. unisolate the battery. Up into 20077. Different numbers to the pair I had. I need that. I need that on. So, master key. Engine only. 1, 2, 3. Enter. I should have turned the DSD on as well. Or is it shift enter? That's it. DSD is now on. You know what? Put you back up and okay. That turns them all on. All the ones that I want on. I also want the middle one on. Is it lower left? It's closed. Yeah. So lower left and top can be turned off now. My right. Zip. One thing I am going to do, because it gives me a bit better view. Right, reverser to forward. Got to close the door to be able to do the handbrake. Oh, I can do it without closing the door, that's good. Right. Now I will close the door because we're just going forward a bit. Open window. I can hear things then. Let the brake completely come off. And that lets people know that we're moving. Just a short distance, and we'll use the loco brake to come to a stop. Because we've not got a train as of yet. Open that window as well. Once we have whoa, wrong bit. I hit the wrong button. Right. Reverser to reverse. Release the brake. Go into that view. Because I can't, that one's better. I love the fact that the exhaust is more realistic now. Other way, please. We'll just creep up to the other class 20. With disc head codes. And then we'll go into photo mode to have a quick look around the yard. See what's in here. Oh, there's a broken cabinet. I'll fix that before I carry on. didn't see that before. There we go. Coupled up. I've got to jump out anyway, so might as well deal with this cabinet. There we go. Go in this door, so that way we don't have to worry about the door blocking the handbrake. Off. Jump down again. Make sure rear lights are on. What's the... Oh, it's reflection of lights from in there. Actually go in the back door. No. This is a fantastic route. Level of detail is amazing. And right, we'll go into photo mode, and then we'll read what that says. We've got things like axle grease pumps, we can actually go underneath the locos all the way through. That's a couple of class 20s with head code boxes. If I go that angle, I can get a screenshot. More maintenance equipment. I like the way that the vehicles have semi-appropriate number plates. JTD, Just Trains Developments. JFL I'm not too sure on. TSW, Trains in World. MAR, Marcus or CAL, Callum. TSW again. NTN, Nathan. MRK, Mark. Some of the developers have got their names semi-immortalised in the registration numbers. There are loads dotted around the place. So Wigan, North Western and Wigan Walgate are up there. We've got 47465, 47306, 47534, 20084, 2130, 47464 with the stag. That's a Highland. I love the way these are also weathered. They look used. I mean, look at the roof of the pair I've got. You got green stuff on them. I don't know if there's any more collectibles. I know what the collectibles are. Route maps, the cabinets, rugby balls, which have to be placed on a stand, pie bombs, which are pies in a BAP, and mint balls, as they're known. I'll show mint balls, because there's one in the shed which I've already collected. Go around here. That's the mint balls. Uncle Joe's mint balls. Not sure if there's anything like pie bombs in here. There's a rugby ball. You have to place it on the stand. I'll have a look if there's the other collectible. There's a propane tank in the inspection pit. Not the safest place for one. Can't see a pie bomb. Definitely wouldn't want to put it on there because it's a bit oily. Don't think there is one in the shed. We'll probably see them at other stations that we have to go past. Right. The pair of 20s will run empty to Parkside Colliery. You need to change ends 3 times to reach your rake of wagons. There we go, it's in forward. Apply power to move. I will do. In just a second. Just making sure everything I need is on. We've got a 5 mile an hour speed limit in the yard. So we just coast. Otherwise we'll be speeding. I want loco brake wall with just the 2 locos. And then we head out onto the main line slightly to go and pick our wagons up, which are not there. There's our wagons at Parkside Colliery. A little bit of braking because we're speeding, or close to speeding. We've got to go 310 yards. That's the cab lights. Single light. Don't need them on this because there's no tunnels, fortunately. And that we need when we get to Fiddlers Ferry. That's the longest bit, the Fiddlers Ferry section, because you creep along at ½ mile an hour, dropping the coal down into DSD. I know you got the DSD pedal. You lift up the feet and it will come off. It's actually well modelled. You stand up and the button will stop being pressed. Therefore, the brake will come on. Something I want to do. Where is it? Electric train heading south. Behind either an 86 or an 87 and a northbound. There we go. Put the wipers how I want them. Can manually move them. I love that. Is that it? A little bit over. That one can go in the middle. Okay, start applying brake. Going uphill slightly, so we need a bit of power just to reach the point that we've got to stop at. Which is signal Whiskey November 7-2. Always use phonetics when talking about train moves and signals. Okay. Come to a stop. Now I have to H. It does the lights for me if I press H. Actually, I could just have them all on anyway, and the ones that are hidden behind will go out this side, I think. Once we've done the changeover. So, brake all the way up. This is the annoying bit. Where's the... there it is. We'll now release that. Put that to off. Master key off. AWS changeover. And we now go to the other end. I will not close the door because I'm getting back in once we're out on the main line. So before I hop out or hop into the seat, AWS changeover. Okay. I'm just thinking there's another thing I need. DSD. Right. Key in. Reverser to forward. Train brake. And forward to where it says. As indicated, it doesn't give an actual name. We've got a green shunt signal or ground signal. Open both windows again because we do come back into this cab. It's the reason I've turned DSD on with both ends, because we need DSD. Oh, oil train. That'll be a future video doing an oil service. Power. Don't know why we didn't take that line and avoid this bit just going out onto the main quickly. It's weird. A little bit of power just so I don't stall. As with the other cab, we've got the slow speed control unit there. I can't remember whether it will be this loco or the other loco that is leading between here and, or leading the freight, the Merry Go Round wagons. It's a pity that the route falls slightly too early for classes 56 and 58, because they really make their home on the Merry Go Round trains. The 58s are the ones with wide cabs and narrow body in between. They were the first modular trains in the UK. And Class 56 was the first one partly built outside of the UK. The first 10 or 15 were made in Romania. And now, a lot of them are being converted to Class 69. Using American power plant. At least they're still around. Right. Brake. Put that one onto... Okay. Headlights off. Marker lights. Back to that. Back to that. Key out. I have to zoom in to be able to see that. And go to the driver's seat of the other cab. Because we're now going out onto the main line for a bit, I'll shut the door. Run to, you know what? We're out on the main line. That light's still on. Okay. I will alter that slightly. Where it's at is there. Right, sit down. Zoom in so I can get the correct bit. Door. Headlights before it tells me, because I'm trying to do this. Master key. Reverse. That's loose. Train brake off. Wait for the brakes to come completely off. Like that. And head down to Parkside Colliery. "10 miles an hour as we leave the yard proper. Fastest we get to go is 50 miles an hour. Switch back to locomotive brake since we're light engines still. Just means I can slow down a bit quicker light engine than I would if I was using the train brake. Going downhill at the moment. 1 in 313. And I've got hiccups. Then we can go up to 25. So a little bit of power to get the speed back up. As we head out to the colliery. There are 2 collieries on this route. We have Parkside And down here, Bikershill. There's a pair of electrics. Let's have a look what type they are. They're at a red signal. Lead one is an 86 stroke 4. County of Lancashire 86413. There we go, 86 stroke 4. Weight 81 tons. Brake force in tons 40. Electric train heating index 74. Route availability 6. Maximum speed 100 miles an hour. Behind it is another 86 stroke 4. I don't even need to look at the number. There we go, 86 stroke 4. The door there, if it's got a window in it, it's an 86 stroke 4. It's an interesting cab. CWS, that's a dairy. Interesting. Yeah. That window in the door, in the bulkhead, means it's an 86 stroke 4. There's cooling towers there. We're going, eventually, a few miles that way. To Fiddlers Ferry Power Station for Liverpool. Nice little pond. Don't know where that dairy, whether it's got a rail service. Looks like it has. CLW glass siding. So yeah, you can actually go and sorry, I didn't look at this yesterday. That is a dairy. Or CWS. I'm sure it's a dairy. Though it doesn't look like it might. Don't know. It's weird. I'm sure CWS is a dairy, but it doesn't look like it. It looks more like cement. Interesting. Don't know where those go. What about around here? Anything that gives away what type of company this CWS is? I'll have to explore on foot. I can't leave this bit. Oh, I can. Have to explore at some point and see what it's about. They wouldn't put it in if it wasn't used. I don't think. But it's a first. Adding a big thing in. Ooh. We're nearly at 25 miles an hour. We're going down a 1 in 70, so we'll have to do a little bit of braking as we go under the West Coast main line. Now we're going uphill. There's the freight again. It's still stationary. Now it's moving. we follow this line, join the main line temporarily, all the way down to, where is it? Here. And then we set back. I saw a route jump, or a, there it is, location hop. Holborn, interesting. Oh, I'm slowing down too much. We've got a green signal. We can do 25 miles an hour at the moment. It goes up to supposedly 75, but the class 20s don't do that. Let's go back in the cab. Should be something saying what the maximum speed is. Can't see anything. Max speed 60 miles an hour. There we go. We will enjoy our quick jaunt along the main. We've got 4 miles before we get to Parkside Colliery, up and down reception siding 2, which is not far from Newton Le Willows. I love the horns on these. 50 miles an hour, soon be up to 60. This will be the lead loco. Ooh, I didn't see that. Hello, that's 40 seconds. Oh, I need to see what. I've got the brake on, so I should be slowing down. I didn't notice it had gone down to 20 miles an hour. Speed down quite a bit. It's going to cost me in terms of action points because I didn't notice the speed limit change. There we go. Back in the cab. I like it when I can go quickly. I've got a yellow, which would potentially indicate a red signal ahead. Means we'll get the AWS bell. A bit more power, we're going uphill. Signal's still yellow. We're about to hit the AWS magnet for it. There we go, AWS magnet. Have 2.5 seconds to acknowledge AWS. Otherwise, it'll stop the train. Double yellow. So the next one will be single yellow. That's an 86. I've just had enough time to look in the cab to see the window in the door. Ooh, there's a siding off there as well. This is an incredibly detailed route, and it's running pretty well. Bearing in mind I'm running on a comparatively old gaming laptop, the fact that I'm getting frame rates in the 20s. Ooh, there's another 86. We'll be swapping over to that line at some point. But yeah, I'm getting decent frame rates. The more I use the route, the better it'll be. Unfortunately, when I did the first bit of videoing that involved it, which was my 500 subscribers live stream on the 21st of June, it sort of started playing up. But my laptop, I was asking a lot of my laptop, streaming and using a route that has a lot of detail. A little bit of braking because we're going downhill. And I'm trying not to be speeding. I've already oversped once. I got that before the alarm really sounded. Yeah, I'm enjoying the route. It's got more detail. That's an old station. Yeah, it's got more detail than a lot of others. It's got more lines and potential services than others. I don't quite have all the other routes that enable me to have layers like class 40, class 37, there are others and I can't remember what. Oh look, we're going to be in front of the class 87. We now head out and see what this actually is. Actually, something I can do, which is going to be quite fun. Would it let me, considering it's an AI train? No. I can do that. Oh, it's cleared. We're now going to be in front of class 87 for a little bit. Sorry, I need to look at that. That is 87024. Lord of the Isles. And that is still an 80. Oh, it's an 870. Interesting. Oh, 87, not 86. And there's the difference. That door is solid on the 87s, whereas the 86, it's got a window in it. A little round window. We've got 108 and 77 as our two class 20s. I think that'd work as a screenshot. The thumbnail image actually comes from my previous play along, where the audio didn't, or the microphone didn't pick up, which has sort of got me slightly annoyed, because I spent a long time doing that and it just didn't want to work despite being plugged in. Right, next signal is also yellow. And once we are fully over the junction, we can go back up to 60 miles an hour. Scenery is amazing on this. Go to this side and have a look. Feels like you're in the middle of countryside. Feels like you're really there. And you can just have the train running like that. There's a little stream down there. There's little houses. More houses. That 87 will be following a signal block behind us. Look! Another 87. As we go to the left, the other one. Ooh! Another junction with no previous another junction that doesn't have the advanced warning of speed limit. That is annoying. This is a closed station. We are now going to the right. We're nearly at our destination anyway. We're on the line to Newton the Willows. We have a red signal ahead. Go back in the cab because I can see better, strangely, even with that big solid bulkhead there. Break off. The colliery is just down there, I think. Cleared. A little bit of power. That's warning because the signal is only a shunt signal, not a full aspect. You can just see the white lights underneath it, which shows we're going into the siding. There's the access to the colliery. And we now have to go to the other cab. Or is it? No. No, not yet. That's where we have to go. Got another red light, which is why I'm not accelerating. Colliery's down there. There we go. There's the access to the colliery. It's gated. We have to go inside and couple up to 30 HAA coal hoppers before we take the train out. Through Newton the Willows and down to initially Warrington Bank Quay, there we go, put that like that, lights off. I wish there was a keyboard key to put the breaker lights on, or the rear lights. That into there, that to there, master key out. I had it for a second. Do that way. Jump out. This time the door will stay open while we head down to the colliery. So, first things first, as I'm standing up, makes it easier to do things like that. Master key. That in forward. That off. Headlights on. Not that we've got many on there. And then fully released brakes. Creep. Down to the colliery, which has a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit. We don't want to be going faster than that. Because we'll be going less than 10 miles an hour, we'll be able to use the loco brake. It'll take longer to release the train brake when we have coupled up to the wagons. That's warning people that there's a couple of locos coming. through the gate. Now in the colliery land. And uphill slightly, so a little bit of throttle. Over point with siding to prevent runaways entering colliery. Throttle off. Coal wagons are already loaded, fortunately. Head out so I can see the buffers. Come to a stop just shy. Or just gently buffer up, one or the other. Camera 3. Am I close enough? Yes. There we go. Cab. Lights off. Don't need rear lights in this instance. Dump the brakes. And then that. Make sure that's fully off. I won't need this cab for a little bit. So, I can do that. I can do that. Set. Oh, I've got to go and do a handbrake on the wagon. So, jump out. Close the door. Handbrake. That does all of them. Now, cross over the road, jump in, and go all the way down past Warrington. So, before we get any of this done, we'll turn the lights off. Master key on. Put it in forward. I didn't read that. It's basically loaded formation all the way to Fiddlers Ferry. We will be dragged from siding just south of Warrington. I'm gonna put the loco brake on for a second, so I'm going to demonstrate something. We go out here, all the way down, past Warrington, into here, where there is a Class 08, which drags us up here, round here to here, and then we go under Warrington Bank Quay along this line all the way, obeying the speed limit, and then we're at Fiddlers Ferry, where there is actually a train waiting to leave. We go around here, stop before the signal, put it in slow speed mode, release loco brakes, and pull out of the siding. Need a bit of power, because we've got 30 wagons behind us, which looks something like that. 10 mile an hour speed limit until the entire train has left the yard. That's the AWS. It should be on air brake good, so that releases it and applies it more appropriately. At least we don't get rain in this scenario. It would be really difficult trying to drive this service with rain. About to go under overhead live wires as we leave Bikershill Colliery. We have a green round signal. We now go through Newton the Willows, platform 2. We're going up a 1 in 1,160 gradient. Now it's 1 in 133 gradient. Quite steep. Which is why I'm slowing down. I'll go a bit more power. Still have to stick at below 10 miles an hour, but I won't be using, oh, I want train brake, not loco brake. Okay, interesting. There's a pacer in front of me, so I'm definitely going to have to stop at this signal. Didn't have to on the previous run. There's main line. Here the brakes. Where's that signal? Oh, there it is. A bit more power so I can get closer to the signal. When we get to power station, I'm going to use a camera mode where you can watch the coal being unloaded. It's quite fascinating. We have to wait for the pacer to leave section. So put brakes on and wait for 2 white lights instead of a red and a white. Can completely release the brakes because we're on level ground. But I can't go anywhere until pacer's gone. Which I think, yeah, it's still in the platform. There it goes. On its way. I'm watching Whiskey November 525. As soon as it's cleared, we can go forwards. That's Newton the Willows station. Strangely, that direction on this line goes to the Peak Forest route, which is crazy to think about. And further down there's a junction. Where is it? South of... there it is. That junction is on Spirit of Steam with the line to Liverpool. Still waiting for green signal. We've got a green signal, so we can go. I found the button for the other tone. That's cool. It's N. That's brilliant. I now know how to play tones without using the mouse. I love that. I always wondered how people could do it with keyboard. Right. We go through Newton the Willows. Then whatever the junction just down here is. Earlstown. Newton the Willows, Earlstown. Oh, there's another service there. That's going into the colliery that we're just leaving. That'll also have class 20s on it. That's another MGR train. Merry Go Round. Okay, we've still got a red, which means the pacer is still in section ahead of us. Throttle off, and we will have a quick look around here. Newton the Willows. You've got some workers doing work, obviously repainting. That's a blowtorch. So whatever they're doing is requiring blowtorch. Oh, can't I go over that? Can now. He's doing some work on the station building. Don't know what that door goes to. Maybe it's out to... no. Interesting. There's my loaded HAA wagons with no works plates on them. Ooh, motor rail. It's where you could drive your cars onto a wagon and drive off at another station. Wonder if that'll be brought into the game. The car just drives on. There's the best bits. It's missing something off the top. Cat. But red telephone box. That one is George VI era. Information boards. Cars with RAL. Mark. FRD. Mark again. RAL again. FRD again. Tom. That's an Austin Metro. also referred to as a mini metro. What's on the bus? Ben. There is a lot of detail that you don't expect. I mean, car park looks used. I'm sure there's something over here that... yeah, there's even a garage or petrol station. Can't see the... We've got Callum, JPL, and whoever's in the Ford Capri. That's an oil tanker storage. Nice houses, some of them for sale. What looks like a pub. And then entrance to the station building. And a driveway. And then on the platforms, you have posters for rail tours with "This is the age of the train." One about not going on the tracks, which they should really have these days still. Visit the United Kingdom this Christmas. The route is set in June 1986. That is route map. That's another collectible. Any others? I still haven't shown what the pipe arm looks like, because I've not been past one yet. I didn't have a look around the colliery, which probably might have had some. None along here. Got two Class 20s up ahead on the other line. But Just Trains make their routes feel lived in. I mean, rubbish. They put rubbish along the platforms. It feels just like the real thing. A railway that is being run down. Making sure my brake's not dragging because I was slowing down then. The world building by Just Trains, it feels lived in. As I said, you get rubbish and other things that you don't on other routes. So it's brilliant. I will say, Trent Valley Line, because it's my local real line, will remain my favourite. Being able to drive trains near enough past my house will always trump driving in the 1980s when I was 4. We've got 5.8 miles before we get to Warrington MSC siding 4. I do like being able to do both tones without issue now. There we go, those 20s are moving because we've cleared. Right. but I can't speed up because of where the pacer unit is. I've got a red siding up ahead. A red signal up ahead. And that has got empty wagons. "30 of them, like I've got 30 full ones. Now the green signal, please. At some point, I will do timetable service where start at one of the collieries, load the coal wagons, HAA wagons, and then go to Fiddlers Ferry, unload, and go back. The timetable ones are slightly different in that you have locos at both ends. So you just swap ends. You don't have to uncouple, run round or anything like that. That'll be a longer video than this because it will be a full out and back run. There we go, we've got signal now. And start accelerating. I want to check something. Brakes off, brakes off. So the pacer has cleared completely. I don't know why I'm getting squealing. Oh, pacer. Manual jump. You can see it. Next signal's yellow. That's Earlstown. We turn left just up here. 20 mph speed limit round the bend. Do a bit more throttle. This is an interesting station. It's on a bend for this platform, but it's triangular. I'm not going to go into photo mode just to look at it. I can, however, do that. We've got the platform over there, we've got a walkway between this platform and the main platforms, and then you've got an abandoned platform with just a single line going through the non-abandoned side. That's the yellows. next signal is. Currently, it's yellow. And we have a 20 mph speed limit as we go around that bend. I am keeping an eye on my speed, because I do not want to overspeed with this heavy train. The less speeding I do, the better my score at the end of the scenario is. Okay, we can go up to 6, well, we can go up to 50. Because the speed limit in less than a mile is 50 miles an hour. I've got 5.4 miles to Warrington MSC, siding 4. I don't know what MSC stands for. It will be interesting. Right. Single yellow, so the next signal's red. Bring train speed down again. Don't get to go up to 50 miles an hour. When I did the initial attempt at recording this, I didn't have the red signal along here. So this is surprising. I mean, the pacer that I'm now following had been and gone by the time I collected the wagons. Bring my speed all the way down. Pitch. There's the main line that we're about to rejoin. Come on, come to a stop. Please. That's why we've stopped. An electric service going north, we've cleared. We've got yellow and feathers. Do the brake release. And as soon as it's fully released, we can carry on. Go. .6 miles to get to Warrington, or just beyond Warrington. In fact, it's about a mile beyond. Warrington's about 3 miles away. Come on, a bit more power. I genuinely was not expecting to have to stop there. You can hear the wheels protesting, which is slightly annoying. Didn't particularly want to stop, but that's what happened. So to main line. And go onto the slow line at some point. About here, I think. Yep. Swap over to the left-hand line. Onto the slow. mph speed limit coming up, but I don't think I'll get up to that before speed check at Warrington, because that's only 4 miles away, or where we have to stop is 4 miles away. See, 3.9 miles, next signal's yellow, which I expected. Then it's there we go, near that yellow. Is it a single or is it a double? Double yellow at the moment. As I said, I didn't think I'd get... Ooh, on the motorway. Didn't think I'd get up to full line speed. As I've said, the scenery on this is really nice. You've got industrial units next to me now, and farmland the other side of the railway. It feels realistic. There's a footbridge, concrete. That will have been built during the electrification of the West Coast Main Line. Next signal is also yellow, but is it a single or a double? Won't know until I get to it. Let's throttle back a bit just in case. 2.9 miles before we have to stop. 30 mph speed limit in 1.4 miles, which is Warrington Bank Quay Station. So no point in speeding up too much. Need a bit of throttle because we're slowing down, because we're going uphill. I do like how the route feels. That is single yellow, so the signal after is red. How far to the next signal? 1 mile. Okay. Go down to slow speed control on the throttle. Ooh, gasometer. Something you don't see anymore. And there's a little bit of water. There's a trio of gasometers. There'd be, or 4 gasometers. They'd be filled up with gas overnight, and then over the day, as people used gas, they'd slowly lower. Not something you see anywhere these days. It's a shame, because they used to be a sort of landmark in various places. I was expecting that stutter, which is why I'm not getting stressed. The industrial areas feel grimy, which is definitely realistic. They were definitely like that. Right, we're less than half a mile from the red signal. Should clear to yellow with route indicator when we get closer. But I'm still going to be prepared to stop. Just in case. If I don't, I pass the signal at danger, it means there'll be trouble. Come on. Clear when we get to the AWS magnet, please. There is still over an hour of this scenario left, which is crazy. But it's still a fun scenario. The longest bit is unloading the coal. That takes in itself at least half an hour. And it's cleared. I wasn't looking at the signal until just when I saw the magnet, but the signal has cleared. We will have to shut the cab down when we're in the siding and then go into the Class 08 to couple that up. So, how far? 1.7 miles. And we go downhill to where that siding is, so throttle back. And we cross over the Mersey. The River Mersey comes through Warrington. And about a quarter of a mile further south is the Manchester Ship Canal, which goes under Apsley Viaduct, or Ansley Viaduct. Ansley. Which, when I did the live stream, I couldn't remember which one was which. And then around here, it stopped loading scenery, which made me sort of decide my laptop was getting a bit stressed. So I fast travelled in a way to Preston, switched to the Preston Carlisle route and tried doing that. Only problem, the train I jumped on uncoupled the passenger coaches. So we had the loco, that's a Class 86, we had the loco and a Mark 1 BG. Got to Lancaster and it said objective not complete. I didn't even think to look out or go into any other camera mode to see how long my train was, so I just thought it was because I was over 5 minutes late. Carried on, got to Oxenholme, which is the station after Carnforth. I was 30 seconds late and it came up with objective not complete. At which point I went into head out mode and looked back. Loco plus brake gangway coach, or brake coach. That was it. And I went, oh, where's my coaches? We'll be going on that line in a couple of minutes. All the way that way. Still got a couple of miles before we get to Fiddlers Ferry. Got a mile before the stop. This is Warrington Bank Quay Station. I'm not going into photo mode now. I want to try and get to the end of this scenario. Yes, I've completed it already, but as I said, there's still about half an hour to an hour to go. We've been going since, oh, wrong button, same button, but been going since in-game time. Get right the way up to the top. of the schedule. And there's a bit of lock up because there's something loading in. Been going an hour and 15, an hour and a quarter so far in game time, and there's still at least 45 minutes to an hour and a half. There's goods yard with oil tankers, loaded HAA wagons, which is a bit weird. If I remember rightly, there's a couple of diesels in there. We'll be down by the Class 08 soon. As we now go to the left, down to... oh no, not yet. Thought we went down there. Not quite yet. There's a cooling tab there. Along with some chimneys. Gotta go down to roughly there. Currently going uphill. Need a bit more throttle. Go back in here, it's smoother when I'm in the cab. The more I use the route, the smoother the gameplay will be. For the simple fact, there's a line going underneath, simple fact that the shaders and everything else involved with the route to keep it running are processed more when the route is used. My first runs, I was just riding and not driving. Basically means that you're not using as many system processes to do it. Hopefully future live streams I should be able to do the route without the same minor issue of scenery deciding it doesn't want to load. But that's a speed limit one. We're going uphill again. I just realised. Thought we were going downhill. So I need a bit more throttle. Otherwise I'll stall. We've got shunt signal. Bit more power, because I'm slowing down more than I wanted. Signal. 15 mph speed limit in the yard, which is understandable. Right, nearly at the point where we have to stop. Still need more power because we're going uphill still. Over the River Mersey, which I genuinely thought was the Manchester Ship Canal at one point, until I looked on Google Maps. On the level track, so we can just throttle back. We now go to the left slightly, into the sidings where the Class 08 is waiting to help. Sounding horn because I know there's people working to trackside. There we go, just out the window. Just warns them that there's something coming. I'm trying to do it as you would in real life. And you sound the horn when you know there's workers. Right. I'm just building up a little bit of speed before I slow down again. This is a heavy train. That's an oil refinery of some sort. There's where the back of our train's got to stop. Shows how long these wagons actually are. Okay. Put power completely. There's the Class 08. Engine running, ready to drag us round the corner. As long as nothing goes wrong. Slowing down a bit more than I thought I was going to. Which is slightly annoying. So I need to make sure the entire train is on this siding. So if I don't, I can't put the Class 08 on the other end. Nearly at the point to stop. So we can raise the throttle down. And dump the brakes. Full service. Should down this cab and make your way across to the 08. This will be used to drag you around the curve to avoid having to run round twice. Okay, so I'm doing it my way. Headlights off. You. You to there. You out. Come on. Go over and... I don't need that window open, do I? Go and sit in the... or stand in the 08. Which is... 08419. So, open the door, jump up. I put the lamps on. There we go. Just while I'm shunting. Right. Reverse to forward. Brake to release. Make sure everything's set up. Open the window. Lean out. Have a high tone, so forward we go. Not sure this is supposed to happen. Try to restart the loco. Brake back to full. Reverse it to off. One, two. Looks like the OA is broken. Return to your loco. Those run rounds will be needed after all. Okay. Turn the engine off. Go and manually uncouple. Good job I left my door open. We go into the head shunt. On the other end. So this is where I get a bit cheeky. I don't know why it wants me to have the lights on, but we're shunting anyway. I'll be swapping cabs and leaving doors open. Now it's done that, I'll do that. Reverse it in. What about plastic key? Forward. Whee! Turn the tail lights off. Won't let me have them on. Now I'll have them back on. Just means that when we get to use the loco brake to stop in the head shunt rather than train brake. And then swap cabs again. Just go nice and slowly so I don't have an issue. Slow speed control stops too short. A bit more. Come to a stop. Brake. Ready. Headlights off. That up like that. That to off. Out. Zoom in again so I can actually see it. That out. Yeah, that's done. Jump down. Go to the other cab, or the other loco, one or the other. Climb up. In. Headlights on, ready. Those off until it tells me. Control key in. Reverse to forward, brake off. Headlights on. Release the brakes fully. Once the red box goes away, I can start moving. Come on. Start moving. There we go. We're moving. Making noise. Making a lot of noise. try and get this done as quickly as I can. I was hoping that would be working, but it's broken. Okay, I knew it was going to be broken, but... Oh, speeding. Oopsie. Okay, brake. There we go. Speed back up a bit. Coast. I'm trying not to stop. Problem is, these locos like stopping very easily. Now I can stop. A little bit more. Don't normally stop on points, but it's telling me to, so throttle off, into reverse, go to this camera, loco brake off, and a little bit of power. Come on. I will have to slow down a bit when we get closer to the wagons. I don't know why it's slowing down so much. It wasn't doing it before. It's just not... It's almost as though the brakes are coming on. Close enough? Yeah. Whoa, that was a bit of a violent... I'm coupled. Thank you. Go and turn the tail lights off in my loco. While I'm at it, because I know I'm going to need them, I'll get the others back on. We're only a short distance to where we run round yet again, so we put it into forward. Make sure the brakes are fully off. And throttle up. Go around the bend. Over the Mersey to sidings to run round. Just there. Just warns the workers again. They know I'm here, but still worth warning them. I am keeping an eye on my speed limit and my own speed. Cross over the Mersey once, and we go round the corner and we cross over again. That is an interesting bridge. Poor guy. Each track and has its own span. So that's really nice. Right. Throttle back a bit because we're now going downhill. And we do not want to be speeding as we go past the oil refinery and sidings. It's 20 mile an hour speed limit when the entire train is in section. This is the only bit where this loco is leading for the coal wagons. As you can see, I've got we'll have that. Set up the lights ready. That way, when we uncouple, they are red. Is that to turn them off. They have white lights. Throttle down completely at the moment because we're about to go downhill slightly, and I did not want to be speeding. There was an electric on the main line on a passenger train. Oh, it's a gas canister. I thought that was someone standing there. It's a gas canister. Okay. There's another 08. Couldn't that have come and rescued me? Instead of me doing a run round. It's got its engine running. 884. That could have come and done the drag. Oh well. There's more oil refinery stuff, like the one that's over there. Somewhere on here, exhauster. Is the control circuit. One of them is the DSD. I have no idea which one. No idea. We'll close the cover back up. Actually, is it on the bottom? That's the brakes. No. Oh, we're slowing down. We'll close the door again. I want to know which bit is turning DSP on and off. Not that it bothers me because I can do it with keyboard shortcut. But still be nice to be able to know where it is. It makes turning some of the driver safety devices and other things on a lot easier using keyboard. I wish I knew the keyboard for turning AWS on without having to go down to do that. Might as well turn that one off. There's no need for that now, because this will couple back up to the wagons as we go to Fiddlers Ferry. Ooh, signal box has been going. I will do a video where I'm exploring various areas. I mean, we've got a rooftop marker here. This is Arpley. Got rooftop marker for Warrington Bank Quay. I wonder if we can actually get to Warrington Central. I don't think so, but it'd be interesting if we could. Rooftop markers all over. I don't want AWS on at the moment. Alright. You're going to be stubborn. I'll turn it off when we got about to uncouple, because it's not needed once we've run round. We have got a green signal. Go over to the run round, going up a 1 in 1601, and now we're on level track. Bus depot, which is interesting. Stadium. Why does it always put me right back here? What kind of stadium is it? Oh, there's a church there. That's cool. Rugby stadium. Engine down to idling. Train brake. Apply the brakes. A little bit long, but it's along the siding, so so that's not too much of an issue. Right, second run round will be needed here, and then you can be on your way back, way to the power station. Okay. I'm uncoupling manually. No, I'm not. I've got to jump out, do the lights, so uncouple. Like so. Tail lights. Jump back in. Sit down. Release the brakes. Wait for them to completely release. And apply power. There we go. Don't need as much throttle. Okay, it does. I don't know why the handbrake's off, so it shouldn't be slowing down. That's completely off. That's completely off. Slightly annoying, but not much I can do about it, unfortunately. As I will be leaving this cab properly in a few seconds. I'll close the windows. Ooh, this is a short head shunt. Okay. We will turn AWS fully off. because I'm being lazy, I know I can do that, and I won't have to come back out into the cab automatically because it's having been done. We jump back in. Turn off those. Do the changeover. Put it in. Forward. Release the brake. Wait for the air pressure to build up. Which is there. Making sure loco brake was off. And then we just go and run round. And now I don't need them. These can be covered over, like so. I won't need that cab again, which is cool. Go up to signal Alpha 137 and then set back onto our train again. A little bit of throttle back so that I don't speed. Okay, a bit more throttle again. Going nicely. I'm hoping I get this done relatively quickly now. Because I want to pay a quick visit to Atherstone railway station to film 3 light locos come through heading north. They're due in just over an hour, so I may end up having to pause the recording. I've done that before. It's quite easy to do. Just give an extra video for before this one actually goes out, strangely. You need to get as close to the cyan cone as possible, which is just here. 3. Release the brakes. And head back to couple up. That's quite a sudden start. I like the reverberation in the bridge. That's quite cool. Bit more power again. Drop it back. Couple up to our 30 wagons again. Yeah, I like playing with the two-tone horns. Right. We'll just use the wagons couplings this time. Like that. Not working? Yep. The brakes. Go back in the cab. Everything else is set up. About 40%. And brakes are nearly released. Let's just see if that helps. We've got 4.3 miles to Fiddlers Ferry now. That's about 15 minutes. And involves running alongside a little bit of the Mersey and a canal. Canal that's still there these days. There are bits along this bit where there's whistle signs, so I will be doing some whistling. Like that. We now go under Warrington Bank Quay station, which has a drop in gradient to go under the station, and then it climbs again. And then once we've done Warrington Bank, gone under one bank, gone under Warrington Bank Quay, we go past a big loop of that there river, the Mersey. We don't take the ferry across the Mersey. Sorry, that was just bad. Green signal, a couple of head code class 20s, a class 47, 337, that's a class 47/3. That's cool. What's that's 47.4 and 08902. Go back past the signal box that I know has got a couple of collectibles in, but I'm not going to get them at the moment. I want to get to Fiddlers Ferry Power Station. The stop board is round the balloon loop, as I will demonstrate with this. There's the stop board, and we have to use that slow speed control, and it goes really slow. Really slow. Half a mile an hour, which is excruciating. Car park. Another oil thing, and Warrington Bank Quay. Power down as we go under Warrington Station. A little bit of braking. This is a freight only line now. I'm trying to slow down because I'm speeding. I know we're going uphill, but there we go. I'm going up a 1 in 90 now, so we'll be slowing down shortly. Let's move the wiper so it's not in the way. There we go. It's out of the way now. That's an occupation crossing. Why I sounded the horn. There's the Mersey. Manchester Ship Canal is about a mile that way. Ooh, there's people there. We're going downhill, but it was slowing down because that's quite a tight bend. 3.5 miles. And then we have to go round the balloon loop with the coal piles in the middle of it. and then it's stop. That's a nice factory of some sort. You can see the Warrington Transporter Bridge there as well. There's a few of them up north. There's a level crossing up here. With a car parked right next to the signal box within the crossing area, which is a bit silly. And we're about to pass the empty MGR train that was already in the sidings as we set off, which looks like it's a class 47 maybe. It is a class 47. And we go past an abandoned factory with a chimney that obviously has to be taken down by a steeplejack. I wonder where there was a local steeplejack in the 1980s who was somewhat crazy but still famous. Oh yeah, Bolton. Fred Dibner. He'd have probably taken down most of the chimneys that feature in various places in this game. New houses being built off to the right. And factories being demolished on the left. 3 miles at 20 miles an hour. We can speed up shortly for a little bit, and then it's I think 15 round the coal drop-off loop. Up-to-date factory units. I forgot that one. I wasn't looking, but it's gated anyway, so. Going uphill again, so I need a bit more power. There's the canal. I think, no, that's a stream. Not over the canal yet. There's the canal, next bridge. Over the canal. Old station that's no longer in use. So at one time this was a passenger line, but it's at this point not a passenger line. Just see Fiddlers Ferry Power Station coming into shot with its 8 cooling towers and the rest of the building. We now run parallel to the canal all the way to the junction with Fiddlers Ferry. And it's, I was right, it is a 15 mile an hour speed limit around there. Which is slow, but manageable. And I can cope with that. We have to stop when we're fully round the loop. Going to get a bit of speed up just so that we can get there a little bit quicker, because this is a nice long straight section with a few crossings, so I'm going to be prepared to sound the whistle or horn, both high tone and low tone, now that I know how to do it. A little bit of stuttering as it loads in bits of Fiddlers Ferry and then the oil terminal that's further on that we don't have in game. It's modelled, but you can't go and look at it, at least not that I'm aware of. Soon be coming to the first level crossing. Keeping an eye on distance to the 15 mile an hour. When it gets to just about 0.8 miles, I will start applying the brakes to slow down. Oh, sorry, did not mean to hit the microphone then. I just want to try and get there a little bit quicker as we come towards the end of the scenario. I saw that whistle sign. Over one level crossing, which is user operated. Right. Throttle back. There's another whistle sign just up here for another level crossing, which is by the red brick house on the right. And sailing club, by the look of it. There we go. And they sail on the Mersey rather than the canal. And 1.4 miles to the stop point as line of sight. 0.7 to the 15 mile an hour, then we've got 3/4 of a mile round the loop. Green signal. There's one more crossing, I think. That's warehouses. Over the last crossing. It's an interesting section, this. You'd think that it was a main line by the way it's double track. But it's a 40 mph speed limit. Okay, I'll cut power to get down to 15. Like that. And then a bit more, so it'll stay around 15 as we go into Fiddlers Ferry. Oh, there's an oil pipe there. Go into Fiddlers Ferry Power Station yard. And sidings and everything like that. Don't want to be going too slow because it's quite a tight bend round the back and could easily stall. We've got a green, as we cross over to Fiddlers Ferry. Oh, that signal box is accessible by the look of it. Nice to know. And there's a broken relay cabinet as well. Didn't notice that when I did the first attempt, so I've noticed it for the first time. According to heads-up display, I've got 0.7 miles before I get to Fiddlers Ferry stopboard. I've got a bit longer than that. I've got to go round the loop, which is there. Actually, it might be track mile or track distance this time. No, it's not. It is actually line of sight. The main line to the oil depot is to our left. Unfortunately, don't get trains on that because it just ends, which is a shame. It'd be cool to do the oil depot from, or oil trains from Widnes or Wideness, whatever it is. The oil depot or oil terminal at Wideness inland. That would make an incredible train to drive. Right. On to the loop. The MGR loop. As we go round power station, coal heaps. Don't go around the power station itself, but we go around the coal heaps. And then stop. At which point I will pause recording while I go and film some real railway stuff. It's a class 37, a class 58, and strangely enough, one of these heading north, so I want to try and get it. With luck, I'll get to the station on time. And my cameras should all be should all be charged. Ready to do so. There will be an extra camera recording as well, because I've thought something a little bit different. I'm going to try it. Shall see if it works when I am doing the filming. If it does, then I'll have an extra angle in future. Right. Distance is going up. I thought it was line of sight. When that starts coming down, I will start cutting throttle. At the moment, we're not coming down. No, it's still going up. There's another oil thing. There's a lot of oil terminals and processing things on the west coast and around Liverpool. (511), 512, still going up. Got a red signal, which is after where we have to stop. It's where we switch it to slow speed. When I pause the video, I'll leave it in photo mode. So for you, it won't appear that I've left. For me, it will. And I'll have about 25 minutes before the move is due through. I believe, let me have a look. Wait, why have you done that? A bit more, slowing down too much. Whoa, brake. I wasn't paying attention then, but I've stopped before the signal, which is what matters. Slowly drive the train through the unloader, emptying it of its coal. Yeah, not yet. I'll get that set up. Which is SS2. And now we'll go and put the camera like that. That makes a good photo, actually. Right. As I said, you won't notice I shall be back presently. And I'm back. Sorry if there was a slight jump there. I caught the buttons on my controller and couldn't get the exact height back. Right. Go into forward. Release the brakes. Go into this camera, because what I want to do is pretend I'm standing on the walkway, about here. Fully release the brakes. I have had to turn my fan right up. Because filming this on Wednesday the 24th. Because I want to get in advance. And, well, it's absolutely sweltering. Here we go, 1/2 mile an hour. As it goes through there to drop off the coal. Once I have got the first wagon through, I will switch to the free orbit camera and we'll ride behind the last wagon. That's because there's a level crossing just in front of the train. That's the reason I'm doing this horn there. It will take some time to go all the way through and unload the slate wagons. Slate wagons. Can tell it's hot. I'm forgetting what I'm doing. The coal wagons, MGR wagons, standing around here, or more likely in line with that, should see the first wagons empty. And now, no matter what throttle setting I use, the fastest I'll go is 1/2 mile an hour. And it's quite a distance at 1/2 mile an hour. Once the lead loco has reached that cyan patch, we'll start seeing little icons above each wagon with percentages. That shows how much coal is in each. It's just, this does take some time, so can have a look around the coal drops. There's a crane over there. There's one on this side, but further along. gantries. You can't actually, as far as I'm aware, walk in this. Because you can't climb up those steps. Which is a bit bad. I wish I could go a little bit quicker, but I can't. So, half a mile an hour it is. With my player character sitting raised up, you can see better. There's first bit. Don't need the window open. 9 yards to the checkpoint. There we go. And now you can see loads and loads of currently 100%. I'm just playing with the horn because it's less boring. BR's arrows of indecision. And here comes the other last 20. It's got snow ploughs. I haven't noticed that before. Where's mine? No. I've got miniature snow ploughs on. There was a Class 20 used in James Bond GoldenEye, dressed up to look like a Russian diesel. I have to admit, they do look semi-European, or Eastern European in that case. So, it's almost realistic. Here's 108, and in a few seconds we'll start emptying the first coal wagon. You can actually hear it. Should see the control mechanism. There it goes. Control mechanism actually works, and then the coal gets emptied. As can be seen, it's getting lower. There we go. It will get to 60 something percent before it reattaches the base on the first bit, like so. See how much has gone out. It's now at 60%. This one's now operating, and we'll go to the other end. Can I get out, please? There's a lot of wagons in this train, but it's realistic. They were 30 wagon trains. Fixed formation, 30 HAA wagons, all they ever did was go from the pit to the power station. I could take it off while we're in here. What I'm going to do will be slightly offset. But once the first... There you go, the first wagon is empty, because we've now got a green arrow. But it'll take probably 15 or so minutes to do this. And I've got to try and talk for 15 minutes on what is currently the hottest day of the year. I'm actually starting to think I maybe should not sorry, maybe should not have gone to the station to film 3 locos, because I am really hot and bothered. As I said, I've got my fan on because that circulates air. I'm not sure if my microphone will pick it up. It might do as a very dull drone in the background, but it's the first time this year that I've had my fan on. That's the front end left. Yeah, the front end's gone out. It's quite slow. They can actually have 2 trains go through at once, up to there. So we have to unload 30 wagons. We've done 3 so 1, 2, 3, 4 so far. And when they're empty, look like that. There we go, that one's empty, and the bottoms will close. Any second. There we go. I'm going to have a look around in here while this is... Ooh, you can actually see the coal gut being dropped. That's cool. Move the camera at the same speed so I can see when the trapdoors close back up. There we go. That is 21% left. And done again. I'd love to know what the mechanism is for setting them to go. Oops. There you go, that one's now completely empty. And there we go, back up. Oh, jumped up. And I go round and look at the other side. No idea how those are operated. So there's nothing visible. It's not that I can see, and the only pipes between it are the air pipes. So, I don't know. That'll open again in a second. There we go. It's interesting watching it. How many more left? Quite a few. And close. Let's go back to this one. We can move out a little bit. Just coming to the end of the levee that prevents coal dust and coal slag from entering water system. Let's be correct and have the light on. Still quite a few to go, which is going to take some time, annoyingly. About halfway by the look of where the greens are. As I said, this bit takes ages. And unfortunately, I don't know how to fast forward for using the video editing. Otherwise, I fast forward it. So, just have to ride with me as we continue unloading all the coal for Fiddlers Ferry Power Station. have to admit, they've done a good job modelling this area. It does give the impression of a power station in the 90s. Or even 80s. Maybe if I wake up I'll remember which decade it's meant to be. I can remember visiting Drakelow, which used to be near Burton-on-Trent as a child, and it was like this. It's now houses and industrial, but only thing at the moment. Ooh, I've just seen something that might make a good screenshot. Let's go. Will it work? There we go. Reflection of the power station in the puddles. It's a pity I can't get... I could. Just about fit the train in. Is there a puddle near the locos? There's a big one there. Which... ooh, that works. I want one with the locos. There isn't one. Or will that work? Let's have a look. Can I get the locos in? Just about. Reflected in the water as they go past. Let's just do a bit of a different angle to try and get the whole coaling tower in. That's cool. The fact that you get reflections in water. We'll carry on going at half a mile an hour instead of anything faster. As I said, I can understand why it's this speed, but it's just slow, very, very slow. We're about to go past the signal controlling access to the coal scythes, coal drop, that's better, and then we'll be nearly done. as I said, it's a brilliant bit of scenery. I don't know if there's any collectibles around here. Might be over there. I'm not looking. I want to get this done. That's got a yellow, which is correct. It's caution to go through the coal drops. That's why it's such a strict speed limit. There's about 8, 10. We're about a third left to start unloading, or be unloading. Unloaded, even. About a third of the wagons left. I like the conveyors as well. That takes coal to the boiler house. That one that we're going to go under. Gets loaded in there. Goes up, drops down onto that conveyor and then across. Continually feeding the fires. Which is why there was coal all the time. Has that actually been done properly? They got it closed. But the coal would be loaded in there, go up conveyor, drop down onto that conveyor, and then all the way along here to that big drop there, where it would go to the fires. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more. Soon be done with this. At the moment, I don't know how long this has taken. It's a long, slow... I'm not on about the coal drop, I'm on about the entire scenario. It's quite a long process. So it's just a case of wait for this to be done, stop where it tells me to, switch back to normal control, and then go into the siding. And stop and switch everything off. Nearly into the coal drop now. We'll see the wagon in front lose its coal as it goes in, and then we'll follow suit. I do like the shadows on this as well. It feels as though you really are doing things. Here we go. Last wagon. You can watch the coal go all the way. Move a little bit further forward and look down. Once we're completely empty, like the other 28 wagons, apart from the one directly in front of us, in this bit. Once it's completely empty, I'll go back into the cab, go to the signal it tells me to, switch slow speed control off, and then go into, I think it's siding B. This is the last wagon with any coal in. Nearly done. We've got 13% left. That looks like more than 13% of the coal left, but should start emptying again now. That was good timing. There it goes. It's not fully emptied. Weird. Back in the cab. Still got 160 yards before we can stop and switch slow speed control off. There's our train. There was another level crossing which I missed. Oh well. There's 7 of the 8 cooling towers. There's another. Oil tanks. Must be for when the coal can't be supplied. Even get reflections on the windows. I've noticed that. Normally I've got the windows, or the bit of the window that we can see, open, so you don't see the reflection. That's cool. Just wish we weren't going so slow now. We've still got 150 yards before we can stop, switch slow speed control off, and then pull forward into the siding up ahead. This is a fun activity or scenario. I mean, it can be a bit tedious, especially this bit, but it's how it was in real life. The trains basically at the colliery only stop to switch to go slow speed control, and when they crawled through the coal drops, switch slow speed control off, and then carried on back to Colliery. They got loaded up at the colliery and then came back again. Unloaded, went back to colliery. Loaded up, went back to the power station. It was just never ending. Okay, locos would have to stop and get fuel, but it'd just be a change of loco. The wagons would keep rolling. Unless they needed repairs. And a lot of the time, it would just be a quick repair to get them back out. Which is why you've got the dirty wagons and the clean wagons in the train. The dirty wagons are nearing repair point. The clean wagons are being repaired. There's actually 3 different tones of weathering on the wagons. It's realistic, and that's what makes this game so good. Yes, there are compromises. I mean, where is it? It's on the other side. The power line. Oh, it's actually spawned in this time. Yesterday, that power line didn't have, or power tower didn't have the line going to the tower over there. It does today, which is good. The wires are thicker than they are in real life, but that's so they can be seen. There are some slight alterations to track geometry, but that's basically because it's a game. A fairly realistic game, but it's still a game. You don't do absolutely everything within the locos that you do in real life. So that's an alteration, but it's a compromise, I should say. It's a compromise for a reason. Right. My rear end is out of the coal drop. But I can't stop before I'm more than 12. I can't stop more than 12 yards away from the Black Hand of Doom stop marker. I do enjoy doing this. Yes, it's slow, especially this bit, but as I said, it's as realistic as possible for a train simulator. Back in the early 2000s, when Microsoft Train Simulator came out, you couldn't do things like this. You couldn't actually create routes that were either continuous circuit or had a balloon loop like this, because it would just crash the game. Believe me, I tried. You'd have to put something like a catch point in and make sure it was not set for continuous running. that was annoying. You couldn't do turntables. It took Trainsim Classic by, at the time, Crewe, now Dovetail, for turntables to work properly. Yes, they appeared in Microsoft Train Simulator, but they were not truly functional. And narrow gauge initially was 2 times scale. You couldn't get true scale narrow gauge originally. You had to wait until someone bought out true scale track. So it was quite weird seeing engines from the Preston Railway with the wheels set to 4 foot 8.5 inch going up the Circling Carlisle and not colliding with the tunnels as they were bigger. That was the only way you could run them at the time. Nowadays, you've got true scale standard gauge, true scale narrow gauge. I've got the 2 Swiss narrow gauge routes. They're not installed at the moment. I would love the Preston and Welsh Highland on this, especially if it included the new steam physics that the German route is meant to be having. I mean, going from Porthmadog to Blaenau Festiniog and Porthmadog to Carnarvon, with the Welsh Island Heritage included, that would be amazing. And if they did the Cambrian coastline between Minffordd and Porthmadog as well, so you could have AI trains running on there, you'd get some amazing possibilities. But Preston and Welsh Island, 40 or so miles. It would be an awesome route, especially as the Welsh Highland itself, you've got 1 in 40 gradients. Bethgelert Forest is steep, and it would make driving it quite a challenge. Yes, most of the services are passenger, but when it was done for Trainsim Classic, probably about 10 years ago now, there was the option of doing gravity trains. One from Fiat to Port on the Festiniog, and another one from Pitt's Head, which is the summit of the Welsh Highland, down to Porthmadog. Doing that in this game would be amazing, especially with the level of details you can get. You take the train up with a steam engine, and then you take over as lead brakesman and ride. You could be any of the brakesmen or riding within Slate Wagon as they do for guests. It would be brilliant. A proper gravity service that you control braking on. You can have timetables for galas, or regular, or winter maintenance. The number of locos that could be included are quite high. You've got the smaller Festiniog engines, the Englands, the double fairleys, single fairley Taliesin, the ex-Penryn ladies, quarry Hunslets, little quarry Hunslets, I mean, not the mainline quarry Hunslets. That's the ladies. You got diesels, both heritage and not quite so heritage, but still classed as heritage. Then there's the Welsh Highland with the NGG 16 Garretts, K1 Garrett, the very first. Okay, we go inside. That's off. That's off. Oh, engine only. Come on. Why are you not going into right click mode? There we go. Back to forward. Brake off. Head out so I can see what I'm doing. And now we've got 675 yards. Line B. We've got a green. There's 3 different types of signal on these posts. You've got the standard red and green in the middle. You've got shunt signal at the bottom, and that is a tramway style, which is weird. You don't expect a tramway style signal on main line. So these cooling towers have actually got working steam coming out. That's cool. Really is. And I'm deliberately not speeding. That really does look like the cooling towers at proper power stations with smoke or steam. Brilliant. Let's get a bit of speed, just so that we're not taking forever. We go under pipe and lane. I'm trying to work out why there's oil pipe going to coal-fired power station. That comes from Widnes, Wideness, whatever it's, however you pronounce it, W-I-D-N-E-S. Put the power down again. Line B is that one. Do not want to go past this signal because it's red. Once we are stopped, everything gets shut down. Let's go back in the cab. Close the window. Ready. That one's shut. Leave DSD on. Bit more, not slowing down too much. This is where the back of the train's got to be. And then it'll be brake to emergency first, and then off. Turn the headlights off fully. I will need those on. Just get a bit quicker. And drop down. Then once we are done, we've got to put the handbrake on. It'll be shut everything down. Make sure I stop in advance of the signal. Do not want to stop past it, because that will fail the scenario. Yes, I could load checkpoint, but doing that is annoying, because it takes time and it means I've got to redo this, which I don't want to do. I want to get my empty Merry Go Round wagons parked and come to a safe stop. A little bit short at the moment, a bit more power. We've got red signals, both lines, power and brake, full service. There we go. Shut down the cab here and have your break. You'll be taking this back to the colliery later. Okay, so I am deliberately putting handbrake on. Because we're stationary. Once it is fully on, we then put the loco brake on full. Don't think... oh, we'll do it like that. Reverser to off. I will... I don't know why it's suddenly doing that. And then that, and we're done. It just blurs. It's actually slightly more points than I got in my first playthrough. Took 3 hours 6 minutes 48 in game. Bit longer in video. I was 5 yards away from the first signal, Whiskey November 72. 6, nearly 7 yards away at the colliery, reception siding. 2 yards at Warrington MSC. 6 yards at the head shunt. 25 at Latchford siding 1. 0.3 yards at the head shunt for the run round, 2 yards at signal, 7 yards at the stop board before the coal drop, 10 yards before switching slow control off, and 1 yard right at the end. Objectives completed, 3,460 points. Distance driven, 3,220 points. Used safety systems, 2,730 points. Correct cab setup, not applicable. Speeding, minus 715. That's about the same as on the previous one. Accuracy bonus, 2,318. That is 300 more than I got on the first playthrough. Coupling, 3,000. Hard impact, 0. Junction changes, 0. Left vehicle unsafely, 0. Yeah, that was actually quite good. So that gives a not so quick taster of the Crewe to Preston route. Wednesday's video will be also Crewe to Preston. It'll be the next scenario, because I'm going to do all 5. Same with Trent Valley. I'm going to do all the scenarios before I do anything else. I'm giving Thomas and Friends a slight break. That will be live streams over the summer holidays. First of which will be, I think, Friday the 17th. Let me look on calendar. Yeah, Friday the 17th of July will be the first weekly live stream. The next video for this will be that. Out with a bang. The Class 86/4s have been experiencing issues with their traction performance. Will you make it to Crewe without any problems? Probably not, considering you're starting at Preston. And it's an hour and 35. It's in intercity livery. Then it'll be Thunderbirds. Go! Class 47 and Class 20. That's cool. And that's overhead line issues has resulted in diesel locos being deployed. Perform Thunderbird duties by dragging electric train through the affected section. Then we've got locomotive on test. 86426 has returned to the main line. Returned from maintenance. You've been asked to take it on a test run to ensure that everything works as expected. That's the electric blue one, which is similar to Les Ross's loco. Same class, same livery. And then finally, deep coal. The cold weather means that households are using more coal than normal. Deliver coal to Skellington Coal Concentration Yard to allow residents to heat up their homes. So we've got 4 videos doing scenarios, and those are, you've got, that's included with the route, that's included with the route, that's included with the route, so is that. That and that are not. So, and then it'll be next week we'll continue our journey along Trent Valley line. And then it'll be alternating videos, Trent Valley, Crewe Preston, Trent Valley, Crewe Preston. Just gives a slight change. Anyway, I think this video's gone on long enough, so until Wednesday, have a fantastic time and be seeing you.
Productions. Filming trains and events that happen in town.
Wearing his red trilby, Dale can be seen with cameras 3 all set up.
Steam trains and diesels, electrics and freights.
Dickens and fireworks, tractors at Christmas.
Warbler Productions.